All right, let's get started. Tonight we're going through another real, true crime case. I'll take it slow, piece by piece, so you can just listen and let the details come together. Most people play these when things finally quiet down, so I'll keep everything steady from here. If you've been here before, it's good to have you back. And if not, welcome. If you feel like it, you can share where you're listening from. I always check the comments. All right, this is episode 141. Let's begin. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing taxi dispatcher after a quiet overnight shift. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone simply stepping away from work, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the early months of 2002, the city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania moved through cold, silent nights where most activity came from late shift workers and transportation services. Among those working through those hours was 39-year-old taxi dispatcher Linda Hayes. Linda had spent nearly 8 years coordinating drivers, answering calls, and managing routes from a small dispatch office located near a row of garages where taxis were stored. Her routine was steady and predictable. She worked overnight shifts, usually finishing around 5:30 a.m., after which she would lock up the office and drive home. Because of that consistency, her absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the morning of March 18th, Linda completed her shift as usual. Dispatch records showed her handling calls through the night without issue. A driver later recalled speaking with her over the radio around 5:20 a.m. as she prepared to close the office. Security cameras from the exterior of the building captured Linda stepping outside at approximately 5:34 a.m., locking the door behind her and walking toward her car parked nearby. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Linda did not arrive home that morning, her family initially assumed she had stopped somewhere after work. But as hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the dispatch office and nearby streets. Cameras showed Linda's car leaving the parking area and heading toward the main road that led to her home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along her usual route, the car turned toward an industrial stretch of road lined with repair shops and storage yards. Investigators could not immediately explain why she would go there. 2 days later, Linda's car was discovered parked behind a closed auto repair facility in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Linda's purse and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Linda. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Linda's work at the dispatch office. Several drivers mentioned that she had recently reported issues with unauthorized ride requests and suspected someone was interfering with the dispatch system. One individual connected to those irregularities was a former driver named Anthony Blake. Blake had been removed from the company several weeks earlier after repeated complaints about bypassing dispatch procedures and handling unauthorized fares. According to records, Linda had been directly involved in reporting those issues. Detectives located Blake and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted there had been disagreements, but insisted he had not seen Linda after losing his job. He claimed he had spent the morning of March 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Blake's phone near the dispatch office shortly before Linda finished her shift, and later near the same industrial area where her car had been found. When confronted with that information, Blake said he'd been driving through the area to meet someone. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A mechanic working in a nearby garage later reported seeing 2 vehicles parked behind the repair facility early that morning. One matched Linda's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Anthony Blake. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Linda's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Linda Hayes. Blake was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Blake admitted that he had gone to the dispatch office that morning and followed Linda after she left. According to his statement, he approached her in the industrial area to confront her about the complaints that led to his removal from the company. Investigators believe he had been watching her routine and chose a moment when the area would be quiet. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Linda attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Blake attempted to hide the crime by moving her away from the area and abandoning her car behind a repair facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 30 miles outside Pittsburgh, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Linda Hayes. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Linda leaving the dispatch office and diverting from her normal route. Cell phone records placed Blake at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Blake took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Anthony Blake was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Linda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who had quietly managed long overnight shifts that kept the system running. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night gas station manager. A disappearance that at first seemed like a routine shift gone quiet, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the spring of 2005, the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma stayed active through the night as highways carried steady traffic and gas stations remained open for travelers. Among those working those overnight hours was 40-year-old manager Kevin Lawson. Kevin had been running the same gas station for nearly 6 years and was known by staff as reliable, strict with procedures, and consistent with nightly routines. His shift usually ran from 9 p.m. to early morning, during which he handled cash deposits, restocked inventory, and supervised the store. Because he often worked alone during the late hours, he followed a strict schedule and checked in with regional supervisors through logs and calls. On the night of April 8th, Kevin began his shift as usual. Security cameras showed him assisting customers, organizing stock, and moving between the counter and storage room. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 1:30 a.m. the station was mostly quiet. At approximately 1:42 a.m., a dark pickup truck pulled into the station. The driver entered the store and approached the counter. Surveillance footage showed Kevin speaking with the man for a short time. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a brief exchange, both individuals moved out of the main camera view toward the side area near the office. Several minutes later, the man exited the store alone and drove away. Kevin was no longer visible. When an early morning delivery driver arrived around 3:10 a.m., he noticed the store was open but unattended. The register was active, and items were left out of place as if something had interrupted normal operations. The driver reported the situation to authorities. Police arrived and began searching the station. Inside, they noticed several concerning details. Kevin's personal belongings, including his phone and keys, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the counter along the floor leading toward the back office. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the store was enhanced, and investigators worked to identify the pickup truck. A nearby traffic camera captured the same vehicle leaving the area, providing a clearer view of the license plate. The truck was registered to a man named Robert Jensen. Jensen was 36 years old and had prior records involving theft and property-related offenses. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Jensen admitted he had stopped at the gas station that night, but claimed he had only purchased fuel and left. He insisted he had no involvement in Kevin's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Jensen's phone at the gas station during the time shown on surveillance footage and later near a rural area outside the city during the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a late-night drive after leaving the station. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the flooring from the gas station's office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the rear section of the truck that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin Lawson. Jensen was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the station and the rural area. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Jensen admitted that he had entered the store and engaged Kevin in conversation. According to his statement, he had asked Kevin to step into the office area under the pretense of discussing a payment issue. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the station was quiet and that Kevin was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Kevin attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found near the counter and inside the office. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Jensen attempted to conceal the crime by moving Kevin away from the station and cleaning his truck. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 40 miles outside Tulsa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and debris. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Kevin Lawson. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Jensen entering the store, being the last person seen with Kevin, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Jensen took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Robert Jensen was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Lawson's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered him as someone who managed long overnight shifts with discipline and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A vehicle captured on camera, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing hotel night auditor, a disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping away from the front desk, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the winter of 2009, the city of Salt Lake City, Utah moved through long, quiet nights where hotels along the highway operated with minimal staff. Among those working those hours was 32-year-old night auditor Melissa Grant. Melissa had been working at a mid-range hotel for nearly 4 years and was known by coworkers as reliable, organized, and calm under pressure. Her shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which she handled late check-ins, processed financial reports, and monitored the lobby. Because she often worked alone, she followed a strict routine that included regular check-ins with management logs. On the night of January 27th, Melissa began her shift as usual. Security cameras showed her assisting guests, answering calls, and completing paperwork behind the front desk. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 2:15 a.m., the lobby was nearly empty. At approximately 2:23 a.m., a man entered the hotel through the main entrance. The footage showed him approaching the front desk and speaking with Melissa. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a short interaction, the two moved slightly out of the main camera frame near the side of the desk. Several minutes later, the man was seen leaving the hotel alone. Melissa was no longer visible. When a guest came to the front desk around 3:05 a.m., they found no one there. The computer terminal was still active, and paperwork was left unfinished. The guest reported the situation to management, who then contacted police. Officers arrived and began searching the hotel. Inside the front desk area, investigators noticed several concerning details. Melissa's personal belongings, including her phone and bag, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the desk and along the floor leading toward a back office hallway. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing the surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the hotel was enhanced and distributed to local law enforcement. Within days, a tip identified the individual as Daniel Price. Price was 38 years old and had previously worked in maintenance at several hotels in the area. Records showed he was familiar with typical night shift operations and knew that front desk staff often worked alone. Detectives located Price and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had entered the hotel that night, but claimed he had only asked about room availability and then left. He insisted he had no involvement in Melissa's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Price's phone at the hotel during the time, captured on surveillance footage, and later near an industrial area several miles away in the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a drive after leaving the hotel. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the carpeting from the hotel's back office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa Grant. Price was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the hotel and the industrial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Price admitted that he had approached Melissa at the front desk and engaged her in conversation. According to his statement, he convinced her to step away from the desk toward the back office area. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the hotel was quiet and that she was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Melissa attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found near the desk and in the hallway. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Price attempted to conceal the crime by moving her away from the hotel and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote area outside the city, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Melissa Grant. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Price entering the hotel, being the last person seen with Melissa, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Price took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Price was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who handled long overnight shifts with professionalism and consistency. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A few minutes of surveillance footage, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night convenience store clerk. A disappearance that at first seemed like a simple walkout or robbery gone wrong, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the summer of 2007, the city of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma stayed active long after midnight. Small convenience stores along highways and residential roads remained open, serving late-night customers. Among those working those quiet shifts was 28-year-old clerk Jason Turner. Jason had been working at the same store for nearly 3 years and was known by his manager as reliable, calm, and consistent with procedures. His shift usually ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and during those hours he handled customers, restocked shelves, and monitored the register. Because of the nature of the job, he was often alone in the store overnight. On the night of June 14th, Jason began his shift as usual. Security cameras inside the store showed him working behind the counter, assisting a few customers and completing routine tasks. At approximately 1:18 a.m., a man entered the store wearing a dark hoodie and approached the counter. That moment would become critical to the investigation. The footage showed the man speaking briefly with Jason. There were no signs of immediate panic or alarm, and nothing suggested a robbery in progress. After a short exchange, both individuals moved out of the camera's direct view near the side of the counter. Several minutes later, the man exited the store alone. Jason was no longer visible. When the next customer entered the store around 2:05 a.m., they found the counter unattended. The register was still open, and items were left scattered as if something had interrupted normal activity. The customer reported the situation to police shortly after. Officers arrived and began searching the store. Inside, they noticed several concerning details. Jason's personal belongings were still behind the counter, including his phone and wallet. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the counter and along the floor leading toward the back storage room. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Jason. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing the surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the store was enhanced, and investigators circulated it to the public. Within days, a tip identified the individual as Marcus Hill. Hill was 33 years old and had prior records involving theft and trespassing. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Hill admitted he had visited the store that night, but claimed he had only purchased a few items and left. He insisted he had no involvement in Jason's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Hill's phone at the convenience store during the time, captured on video, and later near an industrial area several miles away during the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, Hill said he had been driving around after leaving the store. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Hill's vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the flooring from the convenience store's back room. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Jason Turner. Hill was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the store and the industrial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Hill admitted that he had entered the store and engaged Jason in conversation. According to his statement, he had asked Jason to step into the back room under the pretense of discussing something privately. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the store was empty. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Jason attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found behind the counter and in the storage area. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Hill attempted to conceal the crime by moving Jason away from the store and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote area outside the city where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and debris. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Jason Turner. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Hill entering the store, being the last person seen with Jason, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Hill took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Marcus Hill was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Jason Turner's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. His co-workers remembered him as someone who quietly handled long overnight shifts that kept the store running for the community. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A few minutes of surveillance footage, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Marian was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Marian failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Marian had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Marian prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Marian's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Marian. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, He had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary and shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marion vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marion's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Marianne's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary directly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Marianne's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built a palace of death, about ambition twisted into murder, and about how one of America's greatest celebrations became a hunting ground for a predator unlike any the nation had seen. In the bustling streets of Chicago during the 1890s, as the city prepared to host the world's Columbian Exposition, a charming pharmacist was constructing an elaborate hotel near the fairgrounds. He told contractors the building would house visitors attending the fair, offering affordable lodging in a prime location. But the structure he was creating had a far darker purpose, with secret passages, soundproof rooms, and a basement equipped with tools for disposing of human remains. This is the story of H. Holmes, widely considered America's first documented serial killer. Between 1891 and 1894, Herman Webster Mudgett, using the alias Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, ended the lives of at least 9 confirmed victims, though he claimed the number was 27 and some estimates suggest over 200. He built a 3-story building in Chicago that became known as the Murder Castle, a structure designed specifically for killing. He lured victims, mostly young women, with promises of employment or lodging, then trapped them in rooms where he could commit terrible acts before disposing of their bodies. Herman Webster Mudgett was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. He came from a prosperous farming family and was intelligent and ambitious from childhood. But he showed disturbing behaviors early, including cruelty toward animals and fascination with skeletons and death. He claimed that, as a child, bullies forced him to touch a human skeleton, an experience that both terrified and intrigued him. Herman excelled academically and attended the University of Vermont before transferring to the University of Michigan Medical School. He graduated in 1884 with a medical degree, but his time there was marked by suspicious activities. He was accused of stealing bodies from the medical school laboratory, taking out insurance policies on them, disfiguring them to prevent identification, and claiming they had died in accidents to collect the insurance money. After medical school, Herman moved frequently, leaving behind unpaid debts and suspicious circumstances wherever he went. He married 3 times, maintaining multiple wives simultaneously in different cities, none aware of the others. He had children but showed no interest in being a father, abandoning families when convenient. In 1886, Herman arrived in Chicago and began using the name Dr. Henry Howard Holmes. He found work at a pharmacy owned by a widow named Mrs. Holton. He was charming and capable, quickly making himself indispensable. When Mrs. Holton mysteriously disappeared shortly after, Holmes claimed she had moved to California. He took over the pharmacy and began planning something far more elaborate. In 1887, Holmes purchased a lot across from the pharmacy and began constructing what would become his murder castle. He hired different contractors for different parts of the building, firing them frequently and hiring new workers so no one understood the complete layout. The building had 3 stories with businesses on the ground floor and hotel rooms above. But the upper floors contained nightmarish features. There were rooms with no windows, doors that locked only from the outside, soundproof chambers, hidden passages, trapdoors leading to the basement, and gas lines that could be controlled from Holmes's quarters to asphyxiate occupants. The basement contained a dissection table, furnaces large enough to cremate bodies, and pits of lime for dissolving flesh. The 1893 World's Fair brought millions of visitors to Chicago, many seeking affordable lodging. Holmes advertised rooms in his hotel, targeting young women traveling alone. Some he hired as assistants in the pharmacy. Others were guests who checked in and never checked out. He would trap victims in sealed rooms, sometimes watching through peepholes as they suffocated or were poisoned with gas. After ending their lives, Holmes would dissect the bodies in his basement. He had connections with medical schools and would sometimes sell skeletons or preserved organs. Other remains he destroyed in his furnaces or dissolved in lime pits. The building's design allowed him to move bodies through hidden passages without being observed. Among his confirmed victims were Julia Connor and her daughter Pearl, who had worked for Holmes. Emmeline Sigrand, his stenographer who disappeared in 1892. Minnie Williams, a wealthy woman Holmes convinced to sign over her property before she vanished along with her sister. The exact number of victims will never be known because Holmes destroyed evidence so thoroughly. Holmes's downfall came from financial crimes rather than the disappearances. He had taken out insurance policies fraudulently and was arrested in November 1894 for insurance fraud. While investigating his financial crimes, police discovered the horrors of his Chicago building. They found evidence of numerous victims, the elaborate death trap he had constructed, and proof of systematic predation. Holmes was tried in Philadelphia for the elimination of his associate Benjamin Pitzel, one of the few cases with clear evidence. He was convicted and sentenced to death. While awaiting execution, he confessed to 27 cases, though investigators believed he was exaggerating to inflate his notoriety. Holmes was hanged on May 7, 1896, at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia. He was 34 years old. His final words were a claim of innocence despite his confession. He requested his body be buried in concrete so it could not be stolen and dissected, ironic given what he had done to his victims. The murder castle was partially destroyed by fire in 1895 before Holmes's execution, under suspicious circumstances. The remaining structure was eventually demolished. A post office now stands on the site. H. Holmes became a legend, America's first widely recognized serial killer. His case demonstrated how someone with intelligence and charm could exploit systems and trust to commit terrible crimes. He showed how vulnerable people, particularly young women seeking opportunities, could be targeted by predators who understood their hopes and fears. His victims were women who had come to Chicago seeking employment, adventure, or new beginnings during an exciting time in American history. Instead, they encountered a man who saw them not as people, but as opportunities for profit and perverted satisfaction. Many families never learned what happened to their daughters and sisters who simply vanished after arriving in Chicago for the World's Fair. The Holmes case influenced how Americans thought about crime and danger. It revealed that evil could hide behind respectability and that some people could plan and execute violence on a scale previously unimaginable. His murder castle represented the dark side of American ingenuity, intelligence applied to destruction rather than creation. Herman Mudgett, who became H. Holmes, remains one of history's most notorious criminals, a man who literally built a structure designed for ending lives and who operated during one of America's greatest celebrations, turning progress and optimism into opportunities for horror that shocked a nation and created a template for understanding serial predation that continues to this day. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a suburban disappearance that never looked like a disappearance, about a woman whose absence was mistaken for a vacation, and about an isolated man whose calm exterior hid a homicide unfolding just a few feet from his neighbors. This case unfolded in Salem, Oregon, in a development of ranch-style houses built in the early 1990s. It was the kind of neighborhood built for stability. Driveways were wide, garages were clean, and every house had a nearly identical roofline. Residents liked the sameness. It made life predictable, and predictable felt safe. Among the residents was a man named Aaron Darby, 46 years old, an accountant who worked remotely for a Portland firm. His life had a mechanical rhythm. Every morning his curtains opened at the same moment, almost like clockwork. The neighbors grew used to the sight of him sitting at his dining table, tapping on a laptop with an expression that never changed. He took short walks alone. He carried reusable grocery bags with military neatness. He never raised his voice, never caused a scene, never drew attention. His quietness made him invisible. Across the street lived a woman named Melanie Ross, 52, known on the block for being friendly in a soft, warm way that made people feel welcome without feeling intruded upon. She worked at an insurance office and kept a garden that overflowed with plants she nurtured for years. She helped elderly neighbors with small tasks and kept track of birthdays. She was the quiet center of the community, always calm, always steady. Melanie and Aaron had the most basic type of neighbor relationship. She greeted him. He nodded. She asked if he needed help bringing in groceries once. He declined with a small gesture. She accepted that he preferred solitude and never pushed further. Early that spring, Melanie told her next-door neighbors that she was planning a short break. Work had been stressful. She felt worn down. A few days away sounded like the reset she needed. She mentioned this casually, the way someone mentions cleaning the garage or reorganizing the kitchen. No one thought much of it. She tended her garden a day before she disappeared, pulling weeds and trimming branches with her usual patience. She placed her tools in a neat row against the shed, predicting she would use them again in a week or two. But she would never return to them. The timeline became clearer only after investigators reconstructed the events. On a mild spring evening, Melanie walked across the street to return a piece of mail that had been mistakenly placed in her box. It was the kind of small, neighborly errand she did without thinking. The street was quiet. The sky was darkening. Porch lights glowed one by one. She carried the envelope, expecting to hand it over and be back home within a minute. She reached Aaron's driveway. Security cameras on the block captured her silhouette approaching his house. After that moment, she was never seen walking back. The next morning, her home looked untouched. Her car sat in the driveway. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed she had left early for her trip. That assumption solidified into belief as the day passed. Months later, neighbors would replay those days in their minds, wondering how they missed what now seemed so obvious. In the first week after her disappearance, no one worried. She had mentioned travel. People took that as fact. Her mail started piling up, but that was normal for someone gone on vacation. A delivery hung on the doorknob for several days, but neighbors avoided touching it, not wanting to intrude. Her garden began to look neglected, but people assumed she would be back to fix it. A coworker tried calling her once, then twice, then left messages about missing her at work. She never responded, but people at the office thought she may have simply extended her time away. Silence became explanation. Weeks passed, then months. Across the street, Aaron maintained his life with robotic consistency. He left his house at the same time every Tuesday to take out trash bins. He stacked recycling like an engineer. He worked quietly. He cooked alone. When neighbors saw him, he nodded once with that same blank expression. Nothing in his behavior suggested panic, fear, or even mild stress. He had removed all traces of what happened the night Melanie disappeared. The garage floor, where an abrupt and fatal confrontation had occurred, had been cleaned with a thoroughness that felt colder than the act itself. A portion of the floor had been replaced, not large enough to raise suspicion, but precise enough to eliminate evidence. He had placed Melanie's body in a large handmade wooden box, meticulously crafted, almost like a piece of furniture. The box was sealed, reinforced, and carried to an overgrown drainage area behind several houses during the early hours of the morning, when no one was awake. He set it down among shrubs and branches, blending it into the landscape. Then he went home and opened his curtains at 7:30, exactly on time. For the next 3 months, he lived normally. He ate the same meals. He walked the same routes. He watched neighbors speculate mildly about Melanie's extended break, but said nothing himself. No one wondered why he was so unconcerned. After all, he had never been someone who involved himself in community conversations. The discovery came by accident. A city worker was assigned to inspect the drainage issue after residents reported minor flooding during heavy rain. He walked along the overgrown path behind the houses and noticed a wooden structure partially buried under leaves. Thinking it was discarded household junk, he attempted to move it and realized it was heavier than expected. When he opened it, the truth emerged. Police traced the box to Aaron using purchase records, tool marks, and eventually a search of his garage that revealed remnants of the materials used to construct it. When detectives confronted him, his reaction was disturbingly calm. There was no denial, no emotional outburst, just a flat, almost detached acceptance. His explanation, given without quotes or dramatic details, was that the confrontation with Melanie had stemmed from a deep-rooted resentment he had never expressed. He had misinterpreted her friendliness as intrusion, then fixated on it until it consumed his thoughts. He waited for an opportunity. When she came to return the misdelivered mail, he acted. The decision was sudden, but the cover-up was slow, organized, and chilling in its method. He lived with it for 3 months, maintaining his routines, blending seamlessly into the quiet of the neighborhood. Aaron was eventually sentenced to life in prison. The courtroom described him as a man whose emotional detachment made the case more disturbing than its physical details. A homicide carried out without chaos, without visible anger, and without any sign to the outside world. Neighbors struggled to understand how something so horrific had occurred so close to their peaceful homes without anyone noticing a shift, a sound, or a sign. It became a case that haunted the area long after Aaron was removed from the neighborhood. A reminder that danger can hide not in violent outbursts or obvious hostility, but in silence, isolation, and the quiet interior lives of people no one really knows. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely different lives at the same time. A man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life, as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, the records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence. It is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly across multiple states. A case that remained hidden not because it was invisible, but because it was disguised as something familiar. This is a story about a man who did not rely on force or sudden violence, but on patience, persuasion, and the slow erosion of another person's sense of reality. It is about how identity can be stolen without leaving bruises, how captivity can exist without chains, and how a life can be rewritten so completely that even the victim forgets who they once were. This is the true story of Franklin Delano Floyd. Franklin Floyd spent decades moving through the United States without attracting attention. He did not look threatening. He did not behave recklessly. He spoke softly, often presenting himself as religious, disciplined, and concerned with morality. To strangers, he appeared like someone who valued structure and responsibility. He often positioned himself as a caretaker, a man willing to step in and help people who were broken or abandoned. But this image was carefully constructed. Beneath it was someone who understood how to control others by first making them dependent. In the early 1970s, Floyd abducted a young girl named Suzanne Marie Savakis. She was only a child when he took her, removing her from her real family and erasing her identity completely. Floyd renamed her Sharon Marshall and raised her as his daughter. From the beginning, he isolated her. They moved constantly. New towns, new schools, new names. He told her lies about her past, convincing her that her mother was dead and that the outside world was dangerous. Over time, he trained her to obey, not through constant violence, but through fear, manipulation, and emotional control. Sharon was intelligent. Teachers noticed her academic ability. She performed well in school, often standing out as bright and capable. But she was withdrawn, cautious, and deeply submissive. Floyd monitored her closely, controlling her interactions, her movements, and her education. He often claimed she had suffered abuse and needed strict protection. This explanation discouraged questions. People assumed her silence was trauma, not imprisonment. As Sharon grew older, Floyd's control intensified. The relationship shifted from something disturbing to something criminal. He began sexually abusing her while continuing to present himself publicly as her father. Sharon had been conditioned from childhood to believe she had no options, no family, and no identity beyond what Floyd allowed her to have. She complied because resistance had been trained out of her long before she reached adulthood. Eventually, Floyd forced Sharon into a marriage with a man he selected. The marriage was not meant to free her. It was meant to maintain control while giving the appearance of normalcy. From that marriage, Sharon gave birth to a daughter. Even then, Floyd remained central in her life, dictating where they lived and how decisions were made. Sharon's life looked stable from the outside, but internally, she remained trapped in a role she never chose. In 1989, Sharon Marshall was found dead along a highway in Oklahoma. Her car had been struck in what appeared to be a hit-and-run accident. Authorities ruled it accidental. There was no immediate reason to suspect foul play. Floyd once again stepped into the role of guardian, taking custody of Sharon's young daughter. He told others that tragedy had followed him, reinforcing his image as a man burdened by loss rather than one responsible for it. But behind the scenes, investigators in different states were beginning to connect pieces of Floyd's past. His name surfaced in cases involving fraud, child abuse, and kidnapping. His story shifted depending on who he spoke to. Records did not align. Identities overlapped. When law enforcement finally dug into Sharon Marshall's history, they discovered something unsettling. She did not exist before Floyd created her. The truth came slowly. Sharon Marshall was not Sharon Marshall at all. She was Suzanne Savakis, a child abducted years earlier whose real family had never stopped searching for her. By the time this truth emerged, Suzanne was already dead. The realization that her entire life had been stolen, rewritten, and controlled after her kidnapping sent shockwaves through investigators. Authorities began to re-examine Sharon's death. While Floyd was never formally convicted of murdering her, evidence suggested that her death may not have been accidental. Investigators believe that Floyd had motive, opportunity, and a long history of eliminating threats to his control. The pattern was clear. When people became independent, when they began to question, they were removed. Franklin Floyd was eventually convicted on multiple charges, including kidnapping and sexual abuse. He was sentenced to decades in prison. Even during sentencing, he remained emotionally flat, refusing to fully acknowledge the harm he had caused. He continued to speak in vague justifications, as if still attempting to control the narrative of the lives he had destroyed. This case is chilling because it unfolded in plain sight. Teachers saw Sharon. Neighbors spoke to Floyd. Officials accepted his explanations. No one imagined that a child could be stolen, renamed, abused, and carried through adulthood without ever escaping. There were no locked doors visible to the world. No chains. Just lies repeated until they became reality. Suzanne Savakis lived her entire life under someone else's name. She never experienced freedom, never reunited with her family, never chose who she became. Her story reminds us that the most dangerous prisons are not always hidden underground or reinforced with steel. Sometimes they exist inside the mind, built slowly by someone who understands exactly how to make captivity feel like protection. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left a community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15th, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, The couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luft's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luft's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by 2 people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Luft. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a stretch of beach in New York where the wind carried secrets. A place bordered by wealthy houses and empty dunes, where for years nobody noticed what was buried right beneath their feet. I'm going to tell you about the victims who vanished, the families who refused to give up, and a killer who lived such an ordinary life that he blended into the neighborhood without raising a single eyebrow. This is the true story of the Long Island serial killer, a case that haunted investigators for more than a decade and revealed how deeply a predator can hide inside a world that looks safe from the outside. The story begins not with a body, but with a phone call. In May 2010, a young woman named Shannon Gilbert placed a panicked 911 call from inside a gated community in Oak Beach, New York. She was terrified, running, telling the operator that someone was trying to kill her. She banged on doors begging for help, but disappeared into the darkness before police arrived. Officers initially treated it as a mental health episode, not a crime. They assumed she wandered into the marsh and drowned. They didn't search with urgency. They didn't push deeper. And because that call wasn't taken seriously, Nobody realized that the disappearance of one woman was about to expose something far worse. Months passed. Shannon remained missing. Her family kept asking questions. Police did not yet understand the scale of what was coming. In December 2010, during a routine training exercise with a search dog, officers found something near the tall grass along Gilgo Beach. A set of remains wrapped in burlap. At first, they thought it might be Shannon, but it wasn't. It belonged to another woman, one who had been missing for years. That discovery immediately changed the tone of the investigation. This was not an accident. This was a dumping site, and the killer had been using it long before anyone noticed. The next day, they found another body, then another, then one more. 4 victims in total, all placed within a few hundred meters of each other. Same condition, same type of burlap wrapping, same location, same pattern. The media exploded with coverage, naming the unknown suspect the Long Island serial killer, or LISK. People who lived in million-dollar homes along that coastline suddenly realized they were living beside a graveyard. All 4 victims were young women who worked as online escorts. Their families had reported them missing, but their cases had not been given urgency when they vanished. Investigators now understood that whoever the killer was, he had been operating with confidence. He used the same remote stretch of beach repeatedly. He knew the area. He knew how long it would take for bodies to be discovered, if they were discovered at all. As police expanded their search radius, they found more remains. Some older, some scattered, some dismembered. The pattern became complicated, suggesting possibly more than one killer over many years. But the original 4, the Gilgo 4, as the media called them, appeared to be the clearest cluster. One offender, one method, one timeline. The community became gripped with fear. Long Island was not a place people associated with serial killers. It was suburban, comfortable, normal. Families lived there for generations. Kids played outside. People left their doors unlocked. But predators thrive in places where nobody expects them, and this one had hidden in plain sight. Years passed. Leads dried up. New police commissioners came and went. The case grew dusty. Families of the victims held vigils demanding action. Documentaries were released. Tips trickled in, but led nowhere. Some investigators privately wondered whether the killer had died, moved away, or simply stopped. But the truth was far simpler. He was living his life like nothing had happened. What broke the case open wasn't a confession or a witness. It was phone records. The killer had used burner phones to contact the victims before meeting them. He had also used those same burners to taunt the family of one victim, calling her sister repeatedly, describing what he had done, feeding on their fear. Detectives managed to trace the location of those calls to a small cluster of cell towers near a quiet neighborhood in Massapequa Park, Long Island. The pattern was strange. The phone pings appeared only at certain times of day, only near particular routes, and never far from one man's house and workplace. That man was Rex Hoyerman, a married architect with a respected job in Midtown Manhattan. He looked like someone you might pass on a busy street without noticing. Average, quiet, slightly awkward, a man who lived a routine life. But behind that ordinary surface was a carefully hidden darkness. Investigators began watching him quietly. They analyzed his car movements, his commutes, his habits. They dug into his internet history and found searches related to the victims, the investigation, disturbing content, and movements of sex workers in New York. Hoyerman had been living a double life for years. In Manhattan, he worked in a sleek office building. On Long Island, he came home to a suburban street where neighbors thought he was odd but harmless. All the while, he was stalking vulnerable women. What finally solidified the case was DNA. At the dumping sites, microscopic hairs had been collected years earlier, too degraded to test at the time. But technology evolved. New techniques allowed those hairs to be traced back not to Hoyerman himself, but to someone in his household. When detectives compared them with samples from his family, the match was unmistakable. The hair was his wife's, transferred from him to the victims, likely through shared objects or clothing. It placed him directly in the chain. Police moved quickly. They gathered trash from outside his home. They seized his electronic devices. They monitored his movements. And when they had enough evidence to ensure he could never escape justice, they arrested him in a dramatic takedown in Manhattan. The news spread instantly across the world. After more than a decade of fear and unanswered questions, the Long Island serial killer had a name and a face. People were shocked that such a normal-looking man had been responsible. His neighbors described him as odd, solitary, but beyond that, unremarkable. That was what made him so effective. He never looked like a threat. As investigators searched his home, they found a hidden soundproof room, disturbing internet searches, multiple burner phones, and a collection of firearms. Everything pointed toward a man who planned carefully, blended in, and treated human lives as disposable. Even after the arrest, the full story of his crimes is still unfolding. New remains found across Long Island may be connected. Cold cases from earlier years have been reopened. Families who waited more than a decade for answers finally saw movement, finally felt that someone was listening. The story of the Long Island serial killer is not just about a man who hid bodies in the sand. It is about a system that failed vulnerable women. It is about families who kept pushing when nobody else paid attention. It is about a community that thought it was safe until the truth forced them to see what was hiding underneath the surface. And it is a reminder that monsters do not always appear with warning signs or dramatic behavior. Sometimes they live in the quiet house down the street, go to work, attend PTA meetings, mow their lawns, and wave at neighbors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving father who took his family on a camping trip, about a little girl who vanished in the middle of the night, and about a case that has haunted Australia for over 40 years with questions that remain unanswered to this day. In December 1980, the Beaumont family from Adelaide, Australia, was well aware of the dangers that could befall children. Just 14 years earlier, the infamous Beaumont children had disappeared from a beach, a case that had terrified parents across the nation. But when 7-year-old Cheryl Grimmer vanished from a beach changing room in broad daylight, it proved that even the most cautious families weren't safe from tragedy. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In January 1966, the Beaumont children, 9-year-old Jane, 7-year-old Arna, and 4-year-old Grant, went to Glenelg Beach in Adelaide for a day of fun in the sun. Their mother Nancy dropped them off with money for lunch and told them to catch the bus home by 2 in the afternoon. The children never came home. Witnesses reported seeing the 3 children playing on the beach with a tall, blond man in his 30s. The children seemed comfortable with him, and he appeared to be buying them treats and playing with them. Several people noticed the man because he was paying so much attention to the children, but no one thought anything was wrong at the time. The children seemed happy and willing participants in whatever activities they were doing with this stranger. When the children didn't return home by 2 o'clock, their mother Nancy became concerned. By 4 in the afternoon, she was frantic. She and her husband Jim went to the beach to search for their children, but found no trace of them. Police were called, and a massive search began that would become one of the largest in Australian history. Investigators quickly established a timeline of the children's movements that day. They had been seen at a local bakery buying meat pies with a £1 note, even though their mother had only given them coins. Someone had given them more money. They had been seen playing near the beach, changing rooms with a blonde man. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, they simply vanished. The case captured national attention. Thousands of volunteers searched parks, beaches, and vacant lots. Police received hundreds of tips and followed up on every lead. Psychics offered their services. The entire nation was gripped by the mystery of what had happened to the 3 Beaumont children. Police focused their investigation on the mysterious blonde man seen with the children. Multiple witnesses came forward with descriptions, and a police sketch was created. The man was described as being in his mid-30s, tall and thin, with a lean face and sun-bleached blonde hair. He was wearing swimming trunks and appeared very comfortable with children. Detectives theorized that the man had groomed the children over time, possibly encountering them on previous visits to the beach and building their trust gradually. The children's willingness to accept money and food from him and to spend hours in his company suggested they felt safe with him. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was someone who understood how to manipulate children and make them feel comfortable. Despite the extensive investigation and the numerous witnesses, police were never able to identify the blonde man. Over the years, various suspects emerged, but none could be definitively linked to the disappearance. The case went cold, though it has never been officially closed and remains open to this day. One suspect who drew significant attention was a man named Harry Phipps, a local factory owner who died in 2004. Phipps had been known to visit Glenelg Beach and fits some aspects of the description. Former employees came forward years later saying they believed Phipps had been involved in the disappearances. However, despite extensive investigation, no physical evidence ever linked him to the crime. Another person of interest was Derek Ernest Percy, a convicted child killer who was in prison for taking the life of a young girl at a different beach. Percy had been in the area around the time of the Beaumont children's disappearance and fit the general description. He was questioned multiple times about the case, but never confessed and died in prison in 2013 without ever being charged in connection with the Beaumont case. The disappearance had a profound impact on Australian society. Parents became more cautious about letting their children play unsupervised. The case became a reference point for an entire generation. The moment when childhood innocence was lost and stranger danger became a real and terrifying concept. The names Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont became synonymous with every parent's worst nightmare. For Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the disappearance of their children destroyed their lives. They spent decades hoping for answers, following up on tips, and never giving up the belief that their children might someday be found. Jim Beaumont said in interviews that he believed the children had been taken by someone who wanted children of their own, and he held out hope they might still be alive somewhere, unaware of their true identities. Nancy Beaumont maintained hope for many years, but eventually came to accept that her children were likely deceased. The couple's marriage struggled under the weight of the tragedy, and they eventually separated, though they remained connected by their shared loss. Jim Beaumont lived until 2020, passing away at 97 years old without ever learning what happened to his children. Over the decades, there have been multiple searches based on tips and theories. Properties have been excavated, locations have been searched with ground-penetrating radar, and numerous leads have been followed. In 2018, police conducted a search of a factory site that had belonged to Harry Phipps, but no remains were found. Each time a new search is announced, the case returns to the headlines, and a new generation learns about the 3 children who vanished from the beach. The Beaumont children case remains one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. Despite one of the most extensive investigations in the country's history, despite thousands of tips and multiple suspects, no one has ever been charged, and the children's remains have never been found. The case changed how Australians view child safety and remains a cautionary tale about the dangers children can face. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont went to the beach on a summer day for what should have been a fun outing. They were responsible children who knew to catch the bus home and had done so many times before. But on that day, they encountered someone who saw them not as children with families and futures, but as victims. Their disappearance left a hole in their family and in the Australian consciousness that has never been filled. The case serves as a reminder that evil can strike when we least expect it, and that some mysteries may never be solved, leaving families to wonder forever what happened to the children they loved. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving grandmother who opened her door to someone she trusted, about a small Texas town shaken by a brutal crime, and about how investigators used modern forensic technology to finally solve a murder that had haunted a community for nearly 3 decades. In March 1991, 72-year-old Johnny Ferrier was a beloved grandmother living in the small town of Palo Alto in East Texas. She was active in her community and known for her kindness and generosity. Johnny lived alone in a modest home and was comfortable there, feeling safe in the tight-knit community where everyone knew each other. On March 24th, 1991, Johnny's daughter went to check on her mother and made a horrifying discovery. Johnny had been brutally attacked in her own home. She had been beaten and stabbed multiple times. The level of violence was shocking, especially in such a quiet town where serious crimes were rare. Johnny was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Police investigated the crime scene and found that there was no sign of forced entry. This suggested that Johnny had known her attacker and had willingly let them into her home. Items appeared to be missing from the house, indicating robbery might have been a motive, but the extreme violence suggested something more personal. The brutality of the attack seemed excessive for a simple burglary. Investigators interviewed neighbors and family members, trying to establish who might have visited Johnny that day. They processed the crime scene for fingerprints and other evidence. Despite their efforts, the case quickly went cold. There were no solid leads, no witnesses who had seen anyone suspicious, and the forensic technology available in 1991 was limited. Johnny's family was left without answers or justice. For nearly 30 years, the case remained unsolved. Johnny's family never gave up hope that someday her killer would be found. But as decades passed, it seemed increasingly unlikely. The investigators who had originally worked the case retired, and new generations of law enforcement took their place. But the file on Johnny Ferrier's murder remained open. Then in 2019, detectives decided to take another look at the cold case using modern forensic technology that hadn't existed in 1991. They retrieved evidence that had been carefully preserved from the crime scene, including items that might contain DNA. Advances in DNA testing now allowed scientists to extract and analyze genetic material from evidence that would have been useless decades earlier. The DNA testing revealed a profile that could be entered into national databases. But there was no match to anyone in the criminal DNA database. The case seemed to have hit another dead end. However, investigators decided to try a relatively new technique: forensic genetic genealogy, the same method that had been used to catch the Golden State Killer. Detectives uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases where people voluntarily submit their DNA to find relatives and learn about their ancestry. The DNA from Johnny's crime scene matched several distant relatives. Investigators then used traditional genealogy research to build family trees and narrow down potential suspects. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named James Frazier, who had lived in the Palo Alto area in 1991. Frazier was now in his 60s and had moved away from the area years earlier. Detectives began surveilling Frazier and eventually obtained a DNA sample from him by collecting items he had discarded. When that DNA was compared to the evidence from Johnny's murder, it was a match. Police arrested James Frazier in November 2019 and charged him with taking Johnny Ferrier's life. After nearly 29 years, Johnny's family finally had answers about who had attacked their mother and grandmother. The arrest brought a mix of relief and renewed grief as they processed the fact that justice had taken so long. As investigators dug into Frazier's background, they discovered he had known Johnny and had done odd jobs for her in the past. This explained why there was no forced entry. Johnny had trusted Frazier and let him in her home, not knowing he intended to rob and harm her. The violence suggested that when Johnny resisted or recognized him, Frazier had attacked her to eliminate a witness. Frazier had lived in the community for years after Johnny's murder before eventually moving away. He had never been a prime suspect in the original investigation, possibly because his connection to Johnny had seemed too casual to warrant deep scrutiny, or perhaps because he had managed to deflect attention. For nearly 3 decades, he had lived his life knowing what he had done, but believing he had gotten away with it. Frazier's trial took place in 2021. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence that definitively placed him at the crime scene. They also presented testimony about his relationship with Johnny and his opportunity to commit the crime. The defense tried to argue that the DNA evidence alone didn't prove Frazier had committed violence, only that he had been in Johnny's home at some point, which he could have been legitimately, as someone who did work for her. However, the prosecution pointed out that Frazier had never come forward during the investigation to say he had been at Johnny's house or might have left DNA there. His silence for 3 decades, combined with the DNA evidence and the violent nature of the crime, painted a clear picture of guilt. The jury agreed. In 2021, James Frazier was convicted of taking Johnny Ferrier's life. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring he would spend his remaining years behind bars for what he had done. The conviction came 30 years after the crime, but for Johnny's family, it finally brought a sense of closure and justice. Johnny Ferrier's daughter, who had been the one to discover her mother's body all those years ago, was able to attend the trial and see her mother's killer convicted. She spoke about the decades of wondering who had taken her mother's life and the relief of finally knowing. While nothing could bring Johnny back, the family found some peace in knowing the person responsible had been held accountable. The case demonstrated the power of advances in forensic science and the importance of preserving evidence from unsolved crimes. The DNA that solved Johnny's case had been sitting in storage for 3 decades, waiting for technology to advance enough to be useful. Without that preserved evidence, and without the development of genetic genealogy techniques, James Frazier would likely have never been caught. Johnny Ferrier was a kind woman who had opened her door to someone she thought she could trust. She had been generous with her time and had hired James Frazier to help with work around her home. Instead of being grateful for her kindness, Frazier had betrayed that trust in the most violent way possible. Johnny deserved to live out her remaining years surrounded by the family who loved her, but instead her life was stolen by someone who valued a few material possessions more than human life. The case serves as a reminder that cold cases are never truly closed, and that advances in technology can bring justice even decades after a crime. For families of victims in unsolved cases, Johnny Ferrier's story offers hope that answers may still come, even after many years of waiting. Next story. It was the evening of October 23rd, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, It was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson, placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that had followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades, but the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice. Next story. In the summer of 1995, in the small city of Riverside, California, 33-year-old bank manager Sandra Martinez lived what many people considered a stable and predictable life. She had built a steady career in banking, was known among colleagues for her meticulous attention to detail, and lived alone in a modest apartment not far from the branch where she worked. Sandra's days followed a routine that rarely changed. She would leave home early, open the bank with her staff, work through the busy hours of customer transactions, and then return home in the evening to quiet surroundings. Friends described her as cautious and organized, someone who rarely took risks and preferred familiar patterns. That routine made the events of July 18th stand out sharply, because that evening Sandra simply vanished during what should have been the most ordinary part of her day. Sandra had finished work shortly before closing time and left the bank around 6 in the evening. Coworkers remembered that she seemed completely normal, chatting briefly about weekend plans and mentioning that she intended to stop by a grocery store before heading home. Surveillance footage from the store later confirmed that she had indeed stopped there. She purchased a few basic items, paid in cash, and walked out carrying a small bag. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Sandra failed to show up for work the next morning, her absence immediately raised concern among coworkers who knew how reliable she was. After repeated calls to her apartment went unanswered, the bank manager contacted police and reported her missing. Officers arrived at Sandra's apartment later that day and found something that made the situation even more troubling. Her car was parked outside exactly where it should have been, but inside the apartment there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The groceries she had purchased the night before were still sitting on the kitchen counter, partially unpacked. Her purse was on the table, and her keys were lying nearby. It looked as though she had entered the apartment and started putting things away before being interrupted. Yet there were no clear signs of forced entry or violent struggle. The scene suggested that Sandra had encountered someone she either trusted or at least did not immediately fear. Detectives began examining Sandra's personal and professional life in detail. They interviewed coworkers, neighbors, friends, and family members, looking for any sign of conflict or unusual behavior in the days leading up to her disappearance. At first, nothing significant emerged. Sandra had no known enemies and no obvious personal disputes. However, when investigators reviewed records from the bank where she worked, they discovered that she had recently been involved in an internal review of suspicious financial activity connected to several large withdrawals. As part of her job, Sandra had been responsible for monitoring irregular transactions, and she had flagged a series of withdrawals that appeared linked to fraudulent accounts. The investigation had been ongoing for several weeks before she disappeared. Police began to explore the possibility that Sandra's disappearance might be connected to the financial irregularities she had discovered. They identified several individuals associated with the suspicious accounts, including a man named Victor Hale, who had previously been investigated for fraud in another state. Hale had recently opened multiple accounts at the bank and had been withdrawing money through a network of shell identities. Sandra had reportedly questioned the legitimacy of those accounts just days before she vanished. When detectives looked into Hale's background, they found a history of deception and financial crimes. Although he had never been convicted of violent offenses, his pattern of behavior suggested that he was willing to manipulate and exploit systems for personal gain. Investigators located Hale and brought him in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted to having accounts at the bank, but denied any involvement in Sandra's disappearance. He claimed he had never met her outside of routine banking interactions. However, detectives soon uncovered evidence contradicting his story. Security footage from the bank showed Hale visiting the branch several times in the week before Sandra vanished, often requesting to speak with her directly about account issues. Phone records also indicated that he had placed a call to Sandra's apartment the evening she disappeared, a fact he had not mentioned during questioning. As the investigation deepened, forensic teams re-examined Sandra's apartment for overlooked evidence. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood that had not been visible during the initial search. The pattern suggested that a struggle had occurred near the entrance to the apartment. Additional analysis revealed fibers that did not belong to Sandra and were later matched to materials found in Hale's vehicle. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the car, and inside they discovered more fibers and small traces of biological material that connected him to the scene. Confronted with this mounting evidence, Hale's explanation began to change. He admitted that he had gone to Sandra's apartment that evening to confront her about the financial investigation at the bank. According to his statement, he had become worried that her inquiries would expose the fraud scheme he had been operating through multiple accounts. During the confrontation, He claimed the argument escalated unexpectedly and turned violent. Investigators believed the confrontation had quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in Sandra's death. Hale eventually led detectives to a remote desert area outside the city where he had hidden Sandra's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of those who had been searching for her. Forensic evidence collected from the site further strengthened the case against him, linking the location to soil samples found in his vehicle and clothing. Prosecutors now had a complete narrative supported by physical evidence, digital records, and Hale's own statements. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the sequence of events that led to Sandra's death. They explained how her discovery of fraudulent bank activity had threatened Hale's financial scheme and how he had decided to confront her in an attempt to intimidate or silence her. Witnesses from the bank described Sandra's role in the investigation and her growing concern about the suspicious transactions. Forensic experts presented the evidence recovered from the apartment and Hale's car, demonstrating the connections that placed him at the scene of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps Hale had taken afterward to conceal the crime. The jury ultimately found him guilty of murder and fraud-related charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had deeply affected the Riverside community. Sandra Martinez had simply been doing her job, investigating irregular financial activity as part of her responsibilities at the bank. Her determination to follow the evidence led her to uncover a scheme that someone was willing to protect at any cost. Next story. In the early morning hours of November 15th, 2008, the quiet town of Middletown, Connecticut, was still wrapped in the calm silence that usually comes before sunrise when 23-year-old college student Alyssa Hart left her apartment to meet someone she had been communicating with online. Alyssa was studying psychology at a nearby university and working part-time at a bookstore to support herself while finishing school. Friends described her as thoughtful, curious, and cautious in most aspects of her life. Like many students at the time, she occasionally used online classified websites to buy and sell items or connect with people about shared interests. In the days leading up to that morning, she had exchanged several messages with someone who claimed to be interested in purchasing a used laptop she had advertised for sale. The messages were polite and straightforward, discussing the condition of the computer and arranging a time to meet in person. To Alyssa, it appeared to be a normal transaction, the type that happened frequently between strangers through online marketplaces. Before leaving her apartment that morning, Alyssa told a roommate that she planned to meet the buyer briefly in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. It was not far from her home and seemed like a public place where a quick exchange could be completed safely. She took the laptop with her and drove away just after 6 in the morning. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When she failed to return home later that day, her roommate initially assumed that she had gone to work or class. It was only later in the afternoon, when neither her phone nor her messages received any response, that concern began to grow. By the evening, her family had contacted police, and investigators began trying to determine what had happened during that early morning meeting. The first step in the investigation was reconstructing Alyssa's communications with a potential buyer. Detectives examined the email exchanges and discovered that the person she had been speaking with used a temporary account that contained very little identifying information. The messages were brief but polite, asking questions about the laptop and suggesting the meeting location. Although the account appeared anonymous, digital records allowed investigators to trace the internet connection used to send the messages. That trace eventually led them to a residential address on the outskirts of the city belonging to a man named Marcus Delaney. Marcus Delaney was 37 years old and worked irregular jobs in construction and repair. Neighbors described him as someone who kept to himself, rarely socializing with others in the area. When investigators reviewed his background, they discovered a series of past complaints involving harassment and aggressive behavior, though none had resulted in major criminal charges. Detectives decided to bring Delaney in for questioning to ask about his communication with Alyssa. During the interview, he admitted that he had responded to an advertisement for a laptop, but insisted that he had changed his mind and never met her. According to his explanation, he simply stopped replying to her messages and had nothing to do with her disappearance. While Delaney's explanation seemed possible at first, investigators soon uncovered evidence that raised doubts about his story. Surveillance cameras from the shopping center parking lot where Alyssa planned to meet the buyer showed her car arriving shortly before sunrise. Minutes later, another vehicle entered the lot and parked several spaces away. The camera footage was grainy, but the vehicle appeared to match the description of Delaney's pickup truck. The video also showed Alyssa stepping out of her car, carrying what investigators believed was the laptop. After that moment, the footage revealed little detail about what happened next. Her car remained in the lot for several hours before it was eventually discovered later that morning by a passerby who reported it to police. Alyssa herself was gone. Forensic teams searched her car carefully and discovered small traces of blood on the passenger side door that were not immediately visible to the naked eye. The amount was minimal but enough for laboratory analysis. Investigators also recovered several fibers that did not match anything inside Alyssa's vehicle. These small pieces of evidence suggested that a struggle may have occurred outside the car before she was taken from the scene. Detectives compared the fibers with materials found in Delaney's truck after obtaining a search warrant. The results revealed a match between the fibers from the car and the upholstery inside his vehicle, strengthening the suspicion that he had been present at the meeting. When confronted with this evidence, Delaney's story began to shift. He admitted that he had gone to the parking lot to look at the laptop, but claimed that the meeting turned into an argument about the price. According to his revised statement, Alyssa refused to lower the price, and the conversation became heated before he left the parking lot alone. Investigators found the explanation unlikely because it failed to account for the blood evidence and the sudden disappearance. Further forensic testing revealed that the blood recovered from the car belonged to Alyssa, indicating that she had been injured during the encounter. As the pressure from investigators increased, Delaney eventually confessed that the meeting had escalated into violence. He admitted that he had intended to steal the laptop rather than purchase it. When Alyssa resisted and attempted to return to her car, he attacked her and forced her into his truck. According to the confession, he drove to a remote wooded area several miles away, where the situation escalated further, ultimately leading to her death. Detectives followed the details he provided and located the area where he had concealed her body. The discovery confirmed the evidence gathered during the investigation and allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal charges. During the trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the events of that morning. They explained how Delaney had used the online advertisement to arrange a meeting and create an opportunity to rob the seller. Witness testimony, digital records, surveillance footage, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. Experts described the fibers and blood traces recovered from the vehicles and the crime scene, showing how each piece of evidence supported the timeline investigators had established. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and that Delaney had panicked afterward, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps he had taken to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After hearing weeks of testimony, the jury found Delaney guilty of kidnapping, robbery, and murder. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Alyssa's family, the verdict provided some measure of justice, though it could never undo the loss they had endured. Her story became a reminder of the risks that can accompany meetings arranged through anonymous online marketplaces and the importance of taking precautions when interacting with strangers. The investigation demonstrated how modern forensic techniques, digital tracking, and careful reconstruction of events can uncover the truth even when a crime begins with very little information. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program. drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Mary and Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marian Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London's streets and was never caught. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. about how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him, and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil, and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina DeJesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina DeJesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina DeJesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail.